You tell me when you're ready. No, you gotta tell me go. So then there were three. They started with six, and after today there will be two. And the first delivery of qualifier number two brings a single to the challengers who won the toss and elected to bat, of course, playing for a place in the final of the 2026 Masters T20 over 50s T20 competition. And the challengers winning the toss, electing to bat. And Vibrant Green bowling the first over for Limers, Ian Bradshaw, and Mark Seeley, the opening pair for the challengers. Both teams, teams having contrasting results yesterday, with the Legends edging home by the closest of margins. The Limers edging home by the closest of margins in the eliminator. See some good work there by Eddie Ince, showing some deft footwork, saving his side a single. So it's an all wondrous thing here. Vibrant Green, the bowler, Mark Seeley, the batter, Ian Bradshaw, the non-striker, and the man fielding the last delivery there was Edward Ince. So it's Green again. Gets that one to drift in, shape in from outside off. And going with the flow, Mark Seeley strokes it sweetly down to the long on fielder. So the scoring in singles so far, 3 without loss in the first over. Left-handed Bradshaw comes on strike. Umpires Ezra Marshall and Alex Bellamy. Yet another single. Full delivery, whipped off the pads, down to deep mid-wicket. They go for one, they're going to come back for two. The man having to come in off the boundary way down there at deep mid-wicket. And a couple of runs had off the final delivery of the first over. And it's 7 without loss after the first. I could say it when you tell me. So it will be Winston Giddens Bowling the first from the southern end of the ground, the airport end. Bowling to the left-handed Bradshaw with a slip in place and brings the left-hander onto the front foot, strokes it out straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. That's the captain, Keith Seal. And there is no run. So yesterday the Limers, as I said, edging home in the eliminator. Off the back foot goes Bradshaw, chops it away square on the outside, immediately called through for the single by Seeley. We also had the challengers are going down to the defending champions, the veterans. So some adjustment having to be made. The right-handed batter comes on strike. That's Mark Seeley. So Gittins is in, and Seeley's driving powerfully, but straight to the man there at extra cover. Well, I was going to say he knocked it down, but I think it knocked him on the shin. Saved the single nonetheless. Gittins is outside the off stump, just inside. Well, no, not in fact. The signal of wide now coming from umpire Bellamy. So transgressing that outer line. Chopped away behind point. Again, we see some footwork coming into play. Again, it's a single. So it's 10 without loss. Over number 2 in progress. As this one stroked up to the mid-off fielder this time, and this good communication between this pair. No hesitation, challenging the Limers fielders. A number of them hanging back on the edge of the circle. So 11 for no loss, and the rotation continues between the left-hander and the right-hander. The right-hander Seeley back on strike. Gittins is stroked, beats Ince there at cover, and they come back for another couple of runs. Again, that fielder right back on the rope at deep cover. The sweeper can't prevent the second run. And at the end of the second over, we have the challengers winning the toss and batting. 13 without loss. Seeley 7, Bradshaw 4. So it will be Victor Vibert Green to continue. He's got his 2 fielders outside the restrictive circle at long off and long on. Wicketkeeper Agard comes up to the wicket, and Green is in. He's down the leg side. cleanly taken by keeper Agard. Wide is the signal coming from umpire Marshall. So once again, it goes up to 14. Another extra to the total. Green on the pad, tickled into the onside, square on the leg side. As a matter of fact, no bat. The ball coming off the pad and running away square for yet another extra, a leg by this time. More adjustment made to the field. We're going to see the long off fielder come into the circle. They're setting the man back on the deep at mid wicket. Straightish mid wicket, bordering on cow corner. And Green is in. And he's again down the leg side, losing control of the swing. Nice movement in the air available here. Nice breeze coming across from east to west, assisting that movement. And Vibert Green, known to do quite a lot with the ball in the air. He's outside the off stump this time and slashed away behind point. The man, Adrian Brathwaite, it looks like, goes in pursuit. And the batsmen pick up another couple. $18 it is. Whipped off the pads, no one at long leg. This is going to travel close to the boundary. As a matter of fact, the ball is going to pull up inside the boundary rope and allow for another couple of runs. It's the ball not really traveling across the outfield. Driven to mid-off, another single. Not scoring the big boundaries, but keeping the score ticking over. Scoring almost off every delivery so far. Some adjustment again called for. Still got those two fielders in the deep on the western side as Bradshaw is working this one past the man at mid-wicket. Let's see if they're going to come back for the second run. Patrick from long on picks up with the one and throws in one motion, but can't stop this player who run excellently so far for the 3 overs. 3 overs, 23 without loss. Seeley 12, Bradshaw on 6. What he's got here, he's got 3 men on the onside. A man behind square, there's the mid-wicket and the mid-on. And brings Seeley onto the front foot, strokes it up to the square cover position. Ince comes in and tries a one-handed pickup. Doesn't feel cleanly, making it a lot easier for Bradshaw to get into his ground at the striker's end. So again, now the field is going to have to switch over for the left-hander. Slip in place, backward point. Square cover, extra cover mid-off, long on, mid-wicket. It's a man at deep mid-wicket and a man behind square. As Bradshaw is on the back foot and punches this one away. This time, this one is going to get a lot closer to the boundary. It actually strikes the rope now. For the first boundary of the innings. So Ian Bradshaw getting some width outside the off stump, and that one a bit short. And see him going on to the back foot and crunching it to the right of the man at backward point. So he picks up the first boundary of the innings to go into double figures and take the challengers total into the 30s. It's 30 without loss. Down the wicket comes Bradshaw. Not quite to the pitch and strokes it sweetly straight up to the man at short mid-wicket. There is no run. On the onside, there is get-ins. And Bradshaw again driving. And the feet coming into play. So a feature of Masters cricket is that a lot of the players have learned to improve their footballing skills. Down the track and drives, not very that flexible as they used to be to get down and back up at will, but the feet coming very handy as we come to the end of over number 4, and the challengers seeking a place in the big final, 31 without loss. As Green is going to start the 5th over and produces a false shot from Bradshaw. Still gets a single. Ball coming off the inner half of the bat. He's looking to ball a lot straighter, I believe. Green is outside the off stump and strokes sweetly. They've already completed one. They need to go run no further, as that one makes it up to the boundary at deep cover. Another lovely shot by Mark Seeley, gracefully onto the front foot. And no violent intent whatsoever, just stroking the delivery through the offside. And he now gets his first boundary to move to 19, and the challengers up to 36 without loss in this the 5th over. Driven again, and this time they are going to jog one, a long one down to the Victor Patrick at long off. Apologize to our viewers for the short break in the stream which occurred. Technical matters beyond the control of the providers of the stream, being brought to you by Flash Drive Media in association with DH Media Plus, DK Media Plus, Heard about taking a 6 for a 9. Never heard of taking a K for an H. But then, there's a first here at Amas. Full of firsts. Green running away from the pavilion end. And Bradshaw gets another straight delivery and tickles it away down towards the long leg area, picking up another couple of runs. So Green has generally operated on a very straight line to the left-hander in particular, not giving Bradshaw a lot of room to work with. This time, to prove me wrong, he goes wide of the off stump. Bradshaw, unprepared for it, not being able to make contact. A dot to end the 5th over. And at the end of it, the challengers, 41 without loss. Green completes his 3rd over for 26. And Gittins has bowled 2 overs for 14 so far. 41 for none. In time to see the first bowling change, the introduction of Derwin Thompson from the southern end. He's taking over from Gittins. This is the 6th over, the final over of the power play. Thompson right arm over the wicket. Seeley is stroking down the pitch, looking for a single. Sharp movement there by Thompson across the wicket, as Seeley, believing that he had beaten the bowler there. Driven, Ince comes around again, works that right hand, doesn't pick it up cleanly, and he's straightened the scoring to 1 though. The batsman thinking of going for a 2nd run, but Ince quickly releasing the ball once picking it up, once retrieving it in the covers. And once again, we have some rotation in the strike. Idea of the scoring pattern, we have Bradshaw with 16 from 15 deliveries. So Seeley on 21 from 17, so operating at better than a run of ball. As Thompson is going to come around the wicket now to the left-handed Bradshaw with a slipper backward point, cover and a mid-off. Long on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, man behind square. As Bradshaw struck on the pad coming onto the front. Hopeful appeal coming from Thompson and the Limers fielders, but with the right arm bowler coming around the wicket, the angle naturally taking the ball past the leg stump. This time this one is on the off stump and stroked into the covers for a single. Punched away into the onside. This pair continue to almost score at will. Dot ball for Thompson, tight delivery. His first over has cost just the 2 runs, 3 runs in fact. And at the end of it, the 6th over, the power play complete. Challengers 44 without loss. So Green is going to go all the way through with his full allotment of 4 overs, now in his 4th. Chopped away to the man there at square cover. Another single, Sealy. Green to Sealy, nice slower delivery, but read by the batsman. Good, clever stuff from Vibert Green. The challengers creeping up to the 50 mark, now 47. Green is into Bradshaw. Bradshaw is advancing down the track and slashing this one, smashing it to the right of the long off fielder. Again, coming down the track, Bradshaw, and again getting some width to get his hands through the ball. And once it went wide of the fielder at long off, it was always going to be 4 to bring up the 50 for the challengers. 50 up in the 7th over. 51 without loss. In the air, out towards Patrick at long on again, and through Patrick and into the boundary. Back-to-back 4s for Bradshaw. Bradshaw now goes ahead of Sealy for the first time. He's on 26. Bradshaw on Sealy on 24 is 55 for no loss. Final delivery of the 7th over and tucked away square on the onside just for a single. So big over there for the challengers. An over that produced 12 runs and leaves Vibert Green with figures of 4 overs for 38 runs. The challengers after 7, 56 without loss. So another bowling change from the southern end. Derwin Thompson given just the 1 over, now replaced by Ken Mears. So getting his field in place with his captain, Keith Seal. And when he's finished, he's got a short third, backward point, covering the long off, well, deep mid off. There's a long on right back on the fence, the mid wicket right back on the rope. We've got the captain himself in at short mid wicket, and the man at backward square now. We want to be pushed out towards the boundary. And this one into a wide open space with the backward square right back. No one at that short fine leg position or short square. So the man from short third having to come all the way around to a fine leg position. And all the time that was happening, the batsmen were completing another 2. Mears to Bradshaw, keeps him quiet for once. Bradshaw onto the back foot, and just with a flick of the wrist, working it up to Seal there at mid-wicket. Outside the off stump, chopped away. They jog 1, and they measure that their long-time club mate at Wanderers, Edward Ince, is not going to be able to stop the second run with a throw from that deep. So they take on the arm of Ince successfully for a second run. Mears is short, pulled out towards that man at deep square. David Estwick waits for the ball to come to him, underarms his return. The batsman already settled for just the single. The total goes up to 61. Mears on the legs, tickled away down to the fine leg. The ball not going to travel into the rope, but they're going to come back for a third run as Bradshaw safely makes his ground. So the excellent running between this pair continues. 3 more to Seeley. He's 27. And brings Bradshaw on 32 back on strike, the total 64 without loss. Punched through mid-on. Long on comes off the fence. Strolling through for a single. Seeley and Bradshaw. Bradshaw will have the strike at the start of the next over, which will be the 9th. And the challengers at 8.65 for none. So for the first time, we're going to see a bowler other than Vibert Green from the northern end. And it will be Victor Patrick to take over the bowling. We say a special good afternoon and welcome to the members of the Welsh Dragons outfit. Definitely making use of the sunshine and the Banks beer. Wish you continue to enjoy. We've got no shortage of Banks beer, so drink as much as you want. Somebody said drink responsibly, but I hope that none of you are driving. So it's going to be Patrick to take up the bowling. And immediately, Bradshaw is choking it up to long on. Good work by Vibert Green there coming off the boundary rope, keeping the scoring down to 1. Mark Seeley picking up a single of the 23rd delivery faced. Now on 28. Bradshaw is looking for a drive, then at the last moment, just making the adjustment and working the wrists, getting it square on the onside for another single. So he scored his 35 off 28 deliveries. And Seeley is driving, has shown a propensity to play that on drive all afternoon. Gets another single. Just keeping it turning over this pair. So setting a strong platform for the challengers with the power hitters to come later in the innings. Final delivery comes up and Bradshaw pierces the outside with yet another drive for 4. Overpitched and into the drive. Timing, placement, and power. At the end of the 9th over, the challengers going at a healthy rate of 8.33 runs per over, 75 without loss. Ken Mears continues and is wide, not taken cleanly by the keeper. The batters come through for a single. And on umpire Bellamy will spread the arms. So a wide delivery, a run taken, 2 to the challengers total. And rotation in the strike. Bradshaw back on strike. Bradshaw is swinging across the line between the deep square and the mid wicket. 4 runs all the way, exploiting that wide open space on the onside and going with the flow, going with the breeze. Bradshaw to pick up what will in fact be his fifth boundary out of a total of an innings of 45 not out. And the challengers into the 80s. Bradshaw has gone aerial. He's gone into the gap again. This time, Brathwaite from long on is a bit closer to it, and he gets around in time to keep it inside the rope. The batsman coming back for a second comfortably. As Bradshaw goes up to 47. Outside the off stump, slapped straight to the fielder at extra cover. Can't score this time, Ian Bradshaw. Total remains on 83 without loss. Bradshaw, aerial on the bounce to the man coming around at deep mid wicket. And they're going to get an overthrow through some slack cricket. So the slow hand clap goes up with Bradshaw on 49. And there he is, hitting it straight to and through Cam Giddens at extra cover. And as what should have been a dot ball results, it turns out to be 2 runs to Ian Bradshaw, bringing up his 50. Bradshaw 51 of 35 deliveries with some 5 boundaries. The total 87 without loss, the challengers. Bradshaw and Seeley setting a strong foundation. As the visiting Welsh Dragons outfit make their exit. Bradshaw swings and misses outside the off stump. Agard removes the bails, but that back foot well grounded. So continue to enjoy your holiday, ladies and gentlemen. As over number 10, so we've reached the halfway mark, and it has left the challengers winning the toss and batting 87 without loss. Mark Seeley 29, Ian Bradshaw 51 not out. And we are back with the action in the middle. Second half of the challengers' innings. And Patrick starts with a delivery wide down the leg side. The signal has already come from umpire Marshall, and the batsman come back for a second run as the ball eludes the keeper. To add a further 3 runs to the total. A very healthy position for the challengers as this one is driven out to Estwick. Ball traveling quickly and straight to him, so keeping the scoring down to 1. Seeley up to 30. Total 91. Patrick to Bradshaw. This time he gets this one off the edge of the bat and inner edge onto the pad. Patrick there for a moment thinking that he may have gotten through. Having a word with his captain now, Victor Patrick. Lots of attention being played to that area. Deep on the onside at long on. He's now going to ask that the man at deep square comes all the way around to, as a matter of fact, they're going to interchange fielders, with Adrian Brathwaite being brought into that high traffic area. And Edward Ince around to a more conventional mid wicket. So 3 fielders in the deep on the onside. And this delivery is on the off stump, driven into the deep and coming back for a second run comfortably. Good return from the fielder at deep cover. But there's a long on, there's a man at cold corner, and then a deep mid wicket. As Bradshaw is swinging across the line. Again, no one at home behind square on the onside. They've already completed 2. They're going to stay on 2 as one of the more mobile members of the Limers squad. Keith Seal is the man in attendance. Some respect shown for his quote-unquote youth. So 2 more. Looking to up the scoring rate. One can see a definite intention from the challengers pair there again, driving powerfully up to Derwin Thompson at the edge of the circle at extra cover. He does enough to keep it in front of him. And again, keeping the scoring down to just a single. 96 without loss in the 11th over. 1 delivery left in the 11th over. We say a special good afternoon to Nicole. Very good afternoon to you too. Single off the final delivery. Seeley 31. Bradshaw 56. Challengers yet to lose a wicket, 97.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. Give Roto Plastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Roto Plastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
So the changes at the southern end continue. It's now going to be David Estwick to take up the attack. Bowling 2, Mark Seeley. And Seeley is hitting it straight to Seal at extra cover. Estwick starts with a dot delivery. Giving himself some room there on that, some opening up the offside. Seeley, and only a single, gets the ball between the short third and the backward point. Inevitably, the field adjusts for the left-hander. And the main run scorer in this partnership so far, Ian Bradshaw, facing up on 56. So delivery outside the off stump sends Vibert Green from backward point in pursuit. Picks up 2 more to bring up the 100 for the challengers. So an opening partnership of 100 between Bradshaw and Seeley coming midway in the 12th over of 75 deliveries. And Bradshaw goes the aerial route again. And some good work, good teamwork in operation there on the deepish mid-wicket, well, the deep mid-wicket area. Saves the team a boundary, saves the team a couple of runs. Bradshaw, good movement across the wicket and gets it down to the fine leg area for 4. Good innovative stuff here by Ian Bradshaw, moving across his wicket, opening up the leg side and just helping himself to a boundary. His 6th 4. Estwick is wide of the off stump. And Alex Bellamy taking his time about it, but signaling the wide. Bradshaw is sweeping. Again, this one traveling down towards fine leg. Doesn't have the legs, though, to get to the boundary. So they are going to be restricted to just 2. 2 more to Ian Bradshaw, 2 more to the challengers, 108 without loss after 12.
Tough Tank, we talking about Tough Tank. Tough Tank, we talking about Tough Tank. Roto Plastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about Tough Tank. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. We talking about Tough Give Roto Plastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Roto Plastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
Seeley is going down the ground. Eswick is coming around. He's getting a hand to it, but unable to keep it in play. That one goes all the way for the first maximum of the innings. And it's coming off the bat of Mark Seeley. Again, he's gone in the air. This time he's taken out to Adrian Brathwaite. Gone for 38. First wicket goes at 114. So caught Adrian Brathwaite, bowled Victor Patrick, Mark Seeley, the first wicket to go for 38 of 30 balls, 1 4 and 1 6. And his departure lets in Curtis Murray coming at number 3. It's 114 for 1 after 12 overs and 2 balls. So Murray's first delivery is angled down the leg side. The batsmen have already completed one, and they're going to come back for a second. As the signal for wide comes from umpire Marshall. So 3 runs. Murray still not yet off the mark. 117 for 1. Off the back foot he goes. Cracks this one behind point. They travel, they linger over the first run. And then discovering that the second one is easily available. Murray comes through. So he's off the mark with that couple. Delivery angling down the leg side, clearly missing all 3 stumps. But a leg by the result. So the challengers continue to score frequently. One to 1 for 1. 13th over in progress. As Bradshaw's lifting this one away, clear of those 3 deep fielders on the onside. Picks up yet another boundary. So yes, the Acceleration is on. Worked away into the onside. They go quickly for one. They're definitely going to be coming back for a second run here. Get it quite easily too. So 127 for one it is at the completion of the 13th over. Bradshaw now on 72. Murray, who has just gone to the wicket, on 2. Murray gets off strike. Brings the very well set Ian Bradshaw back into the action. As Thompson is going to be coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Bradshaw is going straight. Finds the long on fielder, just a long one. Murray is driving, but Seal continues his good work in that short extra cover position all afternoon. And Murray this time decides, well, if he can't get through Seal, he will go over him. And this time he finds the boundary. Expansive drive. Showing good power, Murray. A 127. No. 133 for one. As again, Seeley. Well, this time it was Murray, in fact, getting a slower delivery, making the adjustment, and nudging it away for a single to hold the strike for the start of the new over. That being the 14th. The challengers now 134 for one. When I go on here, I can ask her to turn on the speaker. Don't mind that. I will still be doing your commentary for this. Don't get me wrong. It's just the speaker. No, because they don't want the feed them back into the ring.
No, if you want to interview without doing volleyball
It's
coverage,
ball
that
by
is
ball.
not a problem.
No, no, it don't ball by ball. This is ball by ball now.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say, if you're doing an interview and you don't want to, don't feel like you want to stop the interview to describe the
No,
ball
I won't do that. I won't do that.
because people say that.
Yeah, I know. You understand. All right, no problem.
People here say that, and if you go home say that.
Yeah, I
Let's
understand.
do an interview and you can give if a lovely shot there or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So a couple of runs, close call for the run out. Umpire Marshall in ideal position to make the decision. And his decision, let's wait for him to put the Bills back on first, is not out. Driven fully. Only one. Murray is finally breaching that wall that has been keep sealed all afternoon. Finally, something gets through him. Bradshaw, Ariel, Brathwaite, and Vibert Green, the man there at long on, judging it well and taking the catch to get rid of Ian Bradshaw. Tremendous knock of a 76, 51 balls, 7 fours. Another wicket to Victor Patrick. And the challengers now 141 for 2. So Troy Toppin immediately off the mark with 2 runs to a ball that traveled within 15-yard distance from the wicket. But the running between the wicket has been a feature of the challengers' innings so far. The 15th over finally comes to an end. Topping off the mark with a couple. Murray on 12. It's 143 for 2. TV. So Captain Seal has gone back to his strike bowler in Cam, Winston Giddens, who started the bowling from that far end to bowl the 16th over as we get into the death overs. Over 16 to 20. Field still adjusting itself. He's going to have cover on the long on, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square areas on the onside. On the offside is a long off and then a deep extra cover as the sweeper. So, with all that open space in front of him, what does Murray do? He drops it in front of him and calls his partner through for a single. Sure, the Limers don't mind giving out the singles at this stage of the innings with only 2 wickets down. Toppin, who has been in good form. On the leg stump. Worked out towards deep mid wicket. They're going to definitely come back for the second run on the arm of Edward Ince. Again, this delivery is directed on the leg stump. Again, it is worked out towards deep mid wicket. Again, they're going to come back for the second run, and the return is accurate. It is still not fast enough, and with Murray diving for his life, for all he was worth, into the ground, umpire Bellamy again taking up a good position says not out. Look at the monitor here. Short, off the back foot, punched up towards deep extra cover. They are now going to settle for one as Murray in some problems with, I think it may be a hamstring, a strain of some sort. And he struggled his way back into the crease. And he's having a big heave on the hole. And missing, so one can see is in some discomfort there, the batsman Murray. Leaning heavily on his body, waits now for Gittins. And gets the delivery, which is nudges down to short third. He's going to hobble his way up towards the non-striker's end. The return is deliberately thrown to that end, but fortunately for him, not taken cleanly. He will have the strike. He's brought up the 150 for the challengers. 150 for 2 after 16. Murray 14. Toppin 7.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough tank. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. We talking about tough Give Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
Inside of the power play, I think actually bowled the 6th over of the innings. Now coming back from this northern end. He's bowling to Curtis Murray. And, well, he will bowl when he turns and gets back to the top of his mark, aborting his run there. Now he's in. And Murray gets the delivery, angling into the leg stump, which he turns. He can only hobble one. He can think of a second run, but non-existent in his incapacitated state. Thompson starts, stops, starts over. It's outside the all stump, beats the short extra cover, out towards long off. They will only be getting one, though. Now they're going to come back for the second run because of a slight misfield by the fielder there at long off. Looks like Vibert Green. $153. 17th over. Down the pitch, swing missing. Umpire Marshall decides that that one was heading, well, it would not have hit the off stump and it could not hit the leg, but it was making the middle stump shiver. So Toppin gone for 9, leg before wicket to Thompson. Brings Captain William Lashley to the middle. And to his first delivery, he is swinging at the delivery outside the all stump, goes between the bat and the stumps, not taken cleanly by the keeper, and the batsman crossed for a bye. One more to the extras. Extras now go up to 16. 154 for 3, the total. With 2 deliveries left in the 17th over. So a wicket to Derwin Thompson, another wicket to Derwin Thompson. Murray is bowled. So picking up some vital wickets, slowing the rate of scoring. The Limers, now challengers, slipping to 154 for 4. With Murray bowled by Thompson for 15. So out comes Carl Marshall. Two brand new batters at the wicket for challengers. So Derwin Thompson delivering for the Limers in these death overs. Meticulous in his field setting. Next delivery is a quicker delivery outside the all-stump. Batsman doesn't lay a bat on it. The end of a successful over for Derwin Thompson. He's now taken 2 for 13 from 3 overs. The total 154 for 4.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough tank. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. We talking about tough Give Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
New over to start, the 18th. Cam Gittins from the south. Bowling to William Lashley. Right arm around the wicket, Gittins to the right-hander. And gets this one down the leg side. Worked away out towards deep square. Vibert Green comes in off the boundary. Does an excellent job. Picks up with one hand. Quickly has his return up to the non-striker's end. So just the single to the total. He's going to continue bowling around the wicket. Giddens. Short third, backward point. Sweeper cover, extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square, and a big mid-wicket. Saving one. As Marshall is stroking this one up to pass Seal there, extra cover. Seal now using the full circle, giving the single at this late stage of the innings. Lashley giving himself some room, again finding Seal there at the edge of the circle. So keeping the scoring down to singles here, the Limers. Flicked away on the first bounce to Green there. Deep backward square. Vibert Green kept very busy in this over so far. Giddens in his fourth and final over has been relatively economical. This one is struck out in the air and a very good catch taken. Derwin Thompson judging that catch very, very well, taking it in both hands, bringing his wicket-keeping skills into play, you notice. And the Lashley stay at the wicket is a short one. Caught Thompson, bowled Gittins for 2. It's 158 for 5. One delivery left in the 18th over. So wickets continue to tumble as we come towards the end of the challengers' innings. And now Julian Gibbons will fill the breach. Getting with what should be his final delivery. So some hold up in the middle can't actually detect what is the matter from this distance. What we do know is that there is some strident discussion among a couple of the limers, fielders, and the batsman, well, the non-striker at this moment, Carl Marshall. Umpire Bellamy also involved. We know for sure that it will sort itself out. Kurt, play some music, man.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough time. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. We talking about tough. Give Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
Sometime before the sun goes down, and this one is it powerfully and straight. Sends the bowler looking for evasive action, and straight back past the bowler, powerfully struck by Gibbons. That's 4 to get him off the mark. It's 162 for 5 at the end of 18.
I saw something. Let me see about that. I have a thing. I guess I have it wrong when I see results. That's the story. I gotta look twice.
So the penultimate over about to begin. Thompson to Marshall. Imagine. Doesn't bowl. Marshall swinging across the line. Drives it out towards deep backward square. Only one. Good work there by Gittins coming off the boundary. So Toppin takes his guard, has a look around, settles and waits. It's Gibbons. Yes, it is. It was Gibbons. Ball leg stump. So Gibbons, Julian Gibbons bowled for 4. One Gibbons replaces another because Jefferson Gibbons is the new batter, with the challengers subsiding somewhat to 163 for 6. So Jefferson Gibbons face up to Derwin Thompson. Thompson with 3 wickets now, as Gibbons looks to sweep a delivery angle down the leg side. Doesn't make contact, but there's a wide added to the extras. On the full toss, driven it to extra cover. The return comes in. Excellent work by Seal. Another Gibbons goes. Jefferson Gibbons this time run out through some excellent work in the field by Captain Keith Seal. The ball driven up to extra cover. The batsman hesitating slightly, and Seal swooping on the ball with the right hand. And a first bounce return to Thompson sees Gibbons well short of his ground. So another duck, this time to Jefferson Gibbons. And the challengers now 164 for 7. 3 overs left in the 19th over. Marlon Blagrove at the non-striker's end. He wouldn't have a strike. In comes the short delivery, chopped away behind point by Marshall. Hustles for 1, comes back for 2, and settles for those 2. One 6 for 7, and they actually come back for a 3rd run and overthrow. Some slack play. So what have we seen? We've actually seen them attempting the overthrow, resulting in yet another run out. This time it is Blagrove run out as they attempted a 3rd run. So some confusion there in the middle when all thought that the batsman had settled for just the 2 runs. For some reason, the batters believed that there was a 3rd run on offer, and the wicketkeeper Agard with a direct hit at the striker's end sends Blagrove back to the pavilion. So it's now 166 for 8. As Sherwin Ellis gets a delivery that's wide and signaled White by umpire Marshall. Ellis is off the mark. This ball running down towards the boundary at deep third. They pick up a couple. So he's off with a 2. 169 for 8, the total. Thompson marshalling his troops. Just the one delivery left in the over. And Ellis is working this one away. Goes quickly for the first. Makes the second quite easily. So he picks up another 2. Thompson comes to the spell. An excellent spell it has been too. 171 it is for 8. Derwin Thompson, 4 overs, no maiden, 22 runs and 3 wickets. Has really kept the challenge, the Limers in the game. Ken Mears, ball the 20th over. Carl Marshall is off the back foot, forcing it up to long off for a long one. Ellis facing up to Mears. Feel quite deep spread. Outside the off stump, smacked down to the man at the sweeper. Only one. So 2 singles of the first 2 deliveries of the final over. 173 for 8 it is. Mears to Marshall. And Marshall heaves this one around. He's going to beat the man there at deep backward square into the boundary. It goes for 4. Much too short. Marshall waiting for that ball. Then picking his spot. Hitting it forward of the man at deep square leg. Sends the challengers to 177 for 8. and mercy shall follow I all the days of my life. Here's Mears. Outside the all stump, slashed away down to deep cover. Man, the sweeper is at deep extra cover. Has to come around to his left. Batsmen collect another 2. Marshall goes up to 12. The total 179 for 8. Marshall is down the track. This one is gone spiraling out to backward point. And 2 of the safest hands on the field. David Eswick takes the catch. Marshall's stay ends with just 1 delivery left in the 20 overs, and the challengers now 17949. Final delivery. Good afternoon, Andy. This time I am on the border between Christchurch and St. Philip. More on the St. Philip side, though. I am at the Barbados National Energy Company Limited at Woodburn here for the penultimate match in this year's Amas Masters over 50s T20 competition, and you've joined me almost on cue at the final delivery of the first innings of Qualifier 2, with the challengers taking on the Limers for the right to come up against the defending champions veterans next Saturday in the grand final. And the challengers today winning the toss, electing to bat, and after 20 overs, they have reached 179 for the loss of 9 wickets, with Ainsley Jordan and Sherwin Ellis, the pair, not out at the end. Ellis on 5 and Jordan having faced just the single delivery and not scoring. So 179 for 9, the challengers, after winning the toss and electing to bat. Just to take you back to yesterday when we had the eliminator between the Limers and the Legends. The Limers getting home by the narrowest of margins, getting home by 1 run in that eliminator. And then later in the afternoon, we saw veterans and challengers coming together in the first qualifier, and the challengers getting home by a narrow margin to 16 runs was the difference between the teams. But veterans duly taking a place in the final, while it forced the challengers to return today for this qualifier 2 versus the Limers. Today, the challengers given a very solid platform by the opening pair of Mark Seeley and Ian Bradshaw, who added just around 140 for the first wicket, with, I think, Seeley falling with his total at 141. Sealy going for 38. And Bradshaw going on for an eventual top score of 76 of 51 deliveries. Struck some 7 fours in the very measured innings where we saw some excellent running between the wicket from the former Wanderers Division 1 pair. Both of them would have been former Barbados players. Bradshaw going on to play internationals for the West Indies, while Green would have reached as the level of West Indies B. But that's Vibert Green. But Mark Seeley also having a stint for the Barbados national side at the regional level. So just to run through the scorecard for you for the challengers. It starts with Mark Seeley, caught by Adrian Brathwaite of the bowling of Victor Patrick for 38. Ian Bradshaw, caught by Vibert Green of Patrick for 76. Seeley's 38 off 30 balls, 1-4 and 1-6. Curtis Murray of boxing fame, bowled by Derwin Thompson for 15. Troy Toppin, leg before wicket to Thompson for 9. William Lashley, the captain, caught by Thompson of Winston Gittins for 2. Carl Marshall, caught by David Estwick of Ken Mears' bowling for 12. Julian Gibbons, bowled by Derwin Thompson for 4. Jefferson Gibbons, run out, no score. Marlon Blagrove, run out, no score. Ainsley Jordan, not out, 5. And Sherwin Ellis, not out, no score. 18 extras, 1 by 2 leg byes, 15 wides, a total of 179 for 9. And the bowling for the Limers, Vibert Green, 4 overs for 38 runs. Winston Gittins, 4 overs, 29 runs and 1 wicket. Derwin Thompson, the most successful bowler, 4 overs, 22 runs and 3 wickets. Ken Mears, 3 overs, 29 runs, 1 wicket. Victor Patrick, who made the initial breakthrough, 4 overs, 2 for 46. And Dave Eswick, 1 over, 12 runs. So that means the Limers need to get to 180 of the 20 overs for a place in next Saturday's final. Fine conditions here at the Woodburn ground, and the conditions very much in favor of the batting. Yeah, sorry, we slight interruption there, the technical matter, but we're going to take this opportunity, Andy, once we have the time, to speak to one of the, well, a person with a dual role in this competition, because he has been an active player for quite a while in the competition, but he also serves in the capacity of one of the, well, of the management in one of the sponsoring companies, and a company that has played a quite significant role in the completion of this competition over the years. We are talking, and allow him to introduce himself.
Good day, Andy. Good day, Barbados. This is Leon Lane, Operations and Sales Manager at Rotoplastic Barbados Limited. We at Rotoplastic, we are always happy to get involved, and this was a good venture, the over 50s tournament. We have some past players and some budding players that came to the ground, came to the competition to have a good good go at cricket still, and I think they're doing pretty well. When the idea was brought to us at Rotoplastic to to sponsor this cricket, we had no objections at all. We see this as a period where we can give back to the community, give back to a group of people that have given tremendous to the game of cricket and to our society at large. It is a game that Barbados love, and we had no challenge at all of sponsoring this tournament. Rotoplastic Barbados Limited, we are always into the good, wholesome activities. We are the manufacturers and suppliers of the Tough Tank water tank. And this lovely evening, we can see the flag blowing in the breeze, the Tough Tank water tank flag, the Rotoplastic flag, and the Pentax pump, the pump that we at Rotoplastic, we provide to have your water storage system. So we want the general public to know, and the spectators and the players to know that Rotoplastic is very much here for them. They have supported us over the years, and we continue to support the community as well. So if they are thinking, if they have considered to have a water storage system, we at Rotoplastic, we are happy to remind them that you can give us a call, 436-8265, or visit our Wildy Industrial Park location and ask for the Tough Tank water tank, the Pentax pump, the installation team. We have it there, and I have it under good authority, Andy, that there is a special going on for these water storage systems. So if you've been thinking about it, now is a lovely opportunity for you to take advantage of the water storage systems, of the specials that are being offered. Give us a call, 436-8265.
Andy, that has been the easiest interview that I have ever had to conduct. The man answered all the questions that I would have had in one. So I'm going to move a bit on to the cricket side of things, Leon. Of course, you yourself, a former player at the highest local level, known for your no-nonsense approach and your blazing bat in earlier times. Nowadays, you're known, well, some of the batsmen in particular would tell you, for giving out batsmen. You have taken up the side of the game, officiating as an umpire, and also as one of the leading officials in the Barbados Cricket Umpires Cricket Association.
Yes, let me just clarify something there. I don't give up people. I make the requisite signal for what they would have done if they missed the ball, hit the bat. I make the requisite signal. Yes, I have the capacity. I'm fortunate to be the vice president of the Umpires Association, the BCUA, and I also have the privilege of umpiring at the highest local level, the Premier League or the First Division, Elite Division, sorry, or the First Division. And I enjoy the dual role. I enjoy playing a few games with the people that would have played with me during my playing days. And I also enjoy watching the youngsters develop their craft. So I am enjoying some of the best side of cricket right now. The beauty of umpiring is that you get to be out there in the middle for the entire innings, the entire day. So this is the first time I get the opportunity to do that, Mr. Holder, to stay out there as long as I would like to. But I still enjoy the game of cricket. I still enjoy giving to the sport. And this would be me until I am no longer physically able to do so.
Well, any person coming to the ground and seeing you here now might not believe you to be of the vintage that you would be. But those of us who've been around enough to know that you have been around a long time. But participation in a competition like this, how do you recommend it for persons of your age? And well, I'm a bit older than you, so I mind.
Yeah, Mr. Holden, I would encourage anyone that is still capable, still able to, if only for the exercise, but the camaraderie, I mean, it is fantastic. It's tremendous. Win, lose, or draw, I think we enjoy each other company. I think it's a Saturday or a Sunday evening well spent. I would encourage anyone, join the Amas Sporting Service tournament. If you are 50 and over, I would advise you, encourage you, and still capable of playing cricket, I would encourage you to come, participate, get in a team, and do the best that you can for the rest of your physical ability as far as cricket takes you.
And also in your capacity, as part of corporate Barbados, I'm sure you would like to encourage other sponsors to come on board on what has to be a very worthwhile cause.
Most certainly, this is a tournament where you have good people. You don't have to worry about your brand being tarnished by people misbehavior and that sort of thing. So I would encourage corporate Barbados to look into the fact, not only looking to get involved in sponsoring the Amas Sport and Service Tournament, and I am sure that you will be happy. You will get the opportunity to have your brand publicized and amongst people that you know for sure, demographics that you prefer. I would encourage corporate Barbados to get involved, sponsor a good, wholesome cricket tournament as Amas.
And how about the expansion of this tournament, or maybe an extension where you have other groups coming together and putting on, coordinating such tournaments?
I haven't had a discussion with Mr. Anthony Morris as far as that would go, but I'm sure his vision, we would have toured St. Vincent, Tobago, Trinidad, Grenada. So I can see that this tournament is going to go regionally. I can see that this tournament is going to attract international players when we tour England. We're due to tour Canada a little later in the year. So I can see all the bright future for this tournament. It is a tournament that I would encourage everybody to get involved in. I can see this being the premier over 50s tournament, certainly throughout the region.
Okay, so that, thank you very much, Leon. Thank you from my position as the my part with the weekend sports show on Voice of Barbados, and also thank you for your contribution to this very worthy Mass Masters tournament. Continued success to both you as Rotor Plastic and to you with your exploits in the competition as the years roll on.
The pleasure is all ours, and thank you for having us.
Yes, Andy. So the players still very much off the field, and we're going to be preparing to get the second half of the match going. A lot more to tell you when you rejoin us here at the Barbados National Energy Company Limited's playing facility for more action in the Amas Masters over 50s T20 cricket competition 2026. That says something. God change. Just here to get it. You want to put in the battery in there? Can you use it? How you use that one?
Once you turn it on.
So here we are, ready to roll. Not quite rolling. So it is 180 is the target. The limers starting with Michael Agard and Victor Patrick. Marlon Blagrove starts the bowling. Gets one through to the keeper. Starts with a dot. Busy looking right arm fast bowler. Slip backward point. Cover extra cover mid off. Long on. Blagrove is in again. Outside the arse out. Cracked away between the extra cover and the mid off. They'll only get one though. A lot of effort into the shot, but not a great timing. So just the single. So like the challengers, the limers opening with a left hand, right hand pair. And Victor Patrick, the left-hander, comes on strike. At stake, a place in the final against the veterans. So the fielders outside the circle, long off and deep square. So now that man at deep backward square is being brought into the circle, and they're going to have the sweeper cover in position. And Blagrove remains over the wicket to the left-hander. This one just back of a length, cramping the left-hander, Patrick. So similar set field for the left-hander, slip. There's a man at short third, widest short third. There's the cover, there's the extra cover, the long off, and the sweeper. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. Again, good line found by Blagrove. Again, just back of a length. No room given to the left-hander. Gets it wrong, down the leg side. Bellows an appeal as if to put umpire Marshall off. Ball touched nothing on its way through to the keeper. Score now up to 2 with that wide. As Blagrove is in, bowls a full delivery. Seems to have dipped on Patrick at the last moment. Ball coming off the bottom part of the bat. Just trickling back along the pitch to the bowler. So the advantage to Black Grove and the challengers so far in this first over. Again, he's pitching up and he's driven, belted over the top. This time getting it a bit too close into the slot. And Patrick keeping it straight. Good clean face of the bat. Well over the fielder at mid-off. One bounce into the boundary at long on. Boundary to complete the first over. The Limers 6 for no loss. Challengers in the preliminaries. And who beat challengers? Other than veterans, somebody else beat challengers. Challengers lost, so don't forget.
They did. I'm trying to remember who it was. Yeah, veterans, challengers beat veterans. Yeah, the memories. Challengers beat one of these first, like you?
No, who's the team that beat challengers?
Who is that beat challengers? They can tell you.
Challengers lost a match. So Limers.
They can tell you.
It was Limers. In and out. Karaoke.
You sing karaoke?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I like that.
Blackgrove continues. And there is Patrick getting it away out into the deep on the offside for a single. So 6 without loss after 7 for 1 after 2.1. Agar, the batsman, dismissed, caught by Ian Bradshaw. Off Carl Marshall. He made 1. And now Curtis Innes in at number 3. Looking for a second run. Second run not available. So he's off the mark with 1. The challengers very much on their toes. Looking for early success in this power play. They know that a strong power play can put them well on the way to next week's final. As this short delivery is pulled away, Bradshaw takes the catch. Patrick gone. Vital blow struck there by Blackgrove. Short delivery, going big on Patrick, looking for the pull shot, and only managing to cuff it to the man at backward square. Ian Bradshaw with safe hands takes his second catch. And the Limers 8 for 2, halfway in the third over. Hello? Over yonder. Another time I said karaoke and a friend of mine shot, right? And they guys sing it and tell you, you could come back again. I ain't seen the boy get up and left. Adrian Oye Brathwaite, another big player for the Limers. And there goes a begging a chance at slip. Pace, extra pace from Blackgrove. Brathwaite off the back foot, the ball off the top edge between the wicketkeeper and the first slip. And Carl Marshall getting his left hand to it, unable to hold on. And the chance goes a begging. Brathwaite gets a break off his very first delivery. Again, this one off the outside edge is going to run away. Well, off the outer half of the bat. Certainly didn't hit the middle. So a boundary. It is to Brathwaite. He's up to 6. And he's forced now a change in the field, where Mark Seeley is now being pushed back on the boundary at deep third. Still a slip in place. And Brathwaite is banging this one. That has gone all the way and out of here. A massive 6. Getting a bit carried away there, Blackgrove, and gone searching, and all he found was the middle of Brathwaite's bat. 20 for 2 after 3. So it's going to be Carl Marshall around the wicket to Ennis, who is slicing this one over the cover field. Ellis pulls it back inside the boundary at deep cover. Another 2 runs to the total. Adventurous stroke play here by Ennis. Looking to exploit the power play, no doubt, with only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. All the twos, 22 for 2. Tighter delivery this time. Straightening his line. Not offering any width. Marshall. But a no ball is the call from umpire Bellamy. The right arm outstretched. So no ball, 1 more to the total. And importantly, an extra delivery, which will be a free hit. So we see Sherwin Ellis showing the effects of a chase out to deep cover. Still endeavoring to stay on, is he? Hobbling with that right, on that right leg. As we said, so I think he's going to be making his way off, looking to get himself rehabilitated just in case the Limers make it to the final next Saturday. So switch made in the field. Ennis continues and Ennis goes big, high, wide and handsome in the hole between deep mid wicket and long on. First bounce into the boundary. It's pedal to metal here by the Limers. 27 for 2. This one is pulled away. 1 bounce. Across the rope. 4 more. So 11 runs so far out of the 4th over and only 3 balls 31 for 2. Limers making a fist of it. Challenging, no pun intended, 180 is the target. They're well on the way. Still slightly behind the rate required at this point. As Marshall comes over the wicket to Ennis and brings him onto the front foot respectfully. Straight out to the fielder at cover. Can't talk to you no, Louis, man. Marshall's outside the leg stump. Sweeping and missing, well taken by keeper Gibbons. Wide, one more to the total. Onto the front foot, pushed in the air, but well clear of the short extra cover and the mid-off fielders. But fault shot induced there by Marshall, playing a bit too early was Ennis. Pushing with hard hands. Again, he's onto the front foot, up to Lashley, swiftly moving in from mid-wicket. So good comeback in the second half of the over from Carl Marshall. So now Ian Bradshaw. Brady. Left arm, medium pace. From the pavilion end, 32 for 2 after 4. And it is after 4, it's 4:30 in fact. But I actually made after 4 overs. So now all set and ready. Bradshaw to Brathwaite, stylishly, wristily working this one behind square for 2. Five men, 6 men in fact, all in the circle on the offside. Long on, deep mid-wicket and a short fine. Pushed a little bit more towards the 45 angle. As Bradshaw will come in now to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is steering this delivery Out square on the outside. Calls his partner through for a single. So it will be Innes on 11. Face up to Bradshaw for the first time. And is tickling this one away square. So Bradshaw again bowling straight. One more to the total. 36 for 2.
Stevenson. Point score my board. I'll say not daydreaming. He ain't could die play the scoreboard. You could die play the scoreboard. 36.
Right over the head of the backward point from Brathwaite out to the boundary. That's 4. See him all the weight on the back foot there as Brathwaite slashed that one away. Went in the air, but well clear of the fielder there at backward point. Beautifully timed, got a lot of bat onto that. Picks up what in fact will be his second 4, along with a 6. Brathwaite already up to 19 off just 6 deliveries faced. It's 40 for 2. Bradshaw to Brathwaite, hitting this one hard into the turf. The ball goes bouncing away into the covers. The batsman can't score. So the chase well and truly on. Much more gentle touch shown by Brathwaite. And he's gone well, there was an opportunity for a second run, but I think Brathwaite may be in some problems with that right arm string, as we saw Jordan swooping in from cover and challenging. So the final delivery of the final over of the power play. Carl Marshall to continue to bowl. "41 for 2 after 5. As this one is struck away, wide of the extra cover fielder brings the sweeper into action. And just 1 off the first delivery. So Adrian Brathwaite, 21, 21 off 9. Innis on 12. His 12 coming off 10 deliveries. As Innis comes forward, gets the delivery, dipping in to the toes. Getting forward though and getting it out to mid wicket for a single. Marshall is short, and Brathwaite is piercing that gap between extra cover and mid-off, and gets a boundary, hit very, very powerfully off the back foot. And Brathwaite showing signs of being handicapped, so he'll be looking to find the boundary as often as possible. Here he is facing up to Marshall, gets a short delivery, and the ball into and out of the hands of Blackgrove at square leg. For the second time, a chance goes a begging off the bat of Adrian Brathwaite, but that delivery, that ball was hit quite firmly, and Blackgrove having enough time to get both hands up to it. Unfortunately, the ball not rebounding within his reach, and he puts the catch down. Brathwaite dropped a second time as Innis is going. Aerial out of here, that goes into the road. So that's the 50 coming up for the Limers. And as we said, the chase definitely on. 54 for 2, the 50 coming off 38 deliveries with 6 4s and 2 6s. And the Limers showing their intent. They are going to chase down this 180 they require. So Marshall smarting from those last 2 blows. Continue to finish off his third over and to finish off the power play. As Brathwaite pushing it up to extra cover. Won't get a run. The end of the 6th over. At the end of it, the Limers 54 for 2 at a similar stage. The challengers were 44 without loss. The game is on because the sun is shining. So here we have yet another bowling change at the pavilion end. Ian Bradshaw replaced after the 1 over. He's going to his place taken by Troy Toppin, who will be bowling to Oyi. Deep set field. Sweeper cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Toppin is in but doesn't bowl. Signal of dead ball coming from umpire Ezra Marshall. Ezra Marshall and Alex Bellamy, the men in the middle, officiating. As Toppin is seeing Brathwaite turn this delivery to the right of Bellamy, there at square leg. Just jogging through for the single. Outside the leg stump. Wide signaled by the umpire. One more to the extras. Limers 56 for 2. Pushing out into the covers. The fielders there all at the edge of the circle. Those fielding in the inner ring. So single easily taken. Brathwaite in problems though. Lies on the turf. Showing signs of extreme pain. So we are going to have a delay in the action.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough tank. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. We talking about tough Give Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way.
Falls to a hamstring pull, and Innes has retired hurt. Blow to the Limers. This partnership between himself and Brathwaite was going along very well. So Brathwaite, who's himself been having some problems. He's now got a new partner in Ken Mears. And gets the delivery, which he looks to heave over the onside. The ball coming off the bottom of the bat and running down to the vacant fine leg area and allowing for a second run. Man having to make the trek all the way from backward to square, all 35 meters. Life is work out some ways for you, right? I thought that, I always figured that doing this and this is a challenge. And I've been worried about it, how it's going to work out. What are you doing here and the radio? Brathwaite is again in that area behind square. And this time, the footballing skills don't work. And Brathwaite picks up another boundary. I always figured that it was going to be a challenge. I was doubtful about it. This as it turned out, right? As the way that things work out in the studio, right? They had a lot of use for me. And I was saying the whole day, this game nearly done. And you know?
But you were supposed to go to rest too, or you
No,
knew you made it all day?
I just chose where you're going. So, Morris wanted me to do these games this weekend and next weekend.
What are you going to do next weekend, or is it fine?
I would like them to go.
Have to?
It's to do a proper conference.
What do you mean by proper conference?
With at least two people doing a full-time conference. But that'll be up to Morris and them. So a long first over from Troy Toppin finally comes to an end. It's cost him 9 runs. And it sees the Limers at 63 for 2 after 7 overs. Still requiring 117 with 13 overs left. So it will be the skipper, William Lashley. Right arm off spin from the far end. To bowl the 8th over. He'll be bowling to Ken Mears. Mears facing up for the first time. And gently onto the front foot. Giving himself a couple of deliveries, I believe, to get accustomed to the light and the pace of the track. Lashley, high, out towards the man coming in from deep mid-wicket. The ball falls well short of him, Marlon Blackgrove. As Mears looking to go big. Brathwaite using his feet well. Finding Jordan at extra cover though. Can't score. Outside the leg stump, helped away out towards the deep square. That's a good return from Blackgrove. Right over the stumps to wicketkeeper Phillips, who appreciates the good work. Brings Mears back on strike. And this time Mears goes high. Lashley is coming around looking to make a catch of it and takes a very good catch. Just as that ball was descending, we saw a huge aircraft from the Grantley Adams International Airport taking to the sky. Mears out. Caught on bowled by Lashley for one. The Limers have been doing a good job of keeping up with the rate of scoring required. But worryingly for them, they have lost a few wickets. It's now 65 for 3. The 8th over about to be completed. Dave Eswick faces up to Lashley and is stroking this delivery out through extra cover. Will jog a single. We'll have the strike at the start of the next over. And we'll see the Limers after 8 overs, 66 for 3. That would make me feel it was something. So a couple of runs picked up off the first delivery by Estwick. 180 the target. 68 for 3 the score. On a lot of effort, ball hit it hard into the turf. Estwick can't penetrate. So he decides to go the route of delicate rather than looking for brute force. And it succeeds. He gets a couple down behind point. Score goes into the 70s. 70 for 3. Down the ground goes Eswick, brings Bradshaw around from his position at long on. Brathwaite not the most mobile, so the challenge for the second run becomes even greater. They don't go. Brathwaite takes strike. 71 for 3. Outside the leg stump, wide. Getting the radar all wrong there, Toppin. For Gibbons, Jefferson Gibbons, managing to get a glove onto it. Nicely clipped off the toes. And Eswick is keen to come back for 2, but I think he will need to bear in mind that he's batting with Brathwaite under a handicap. 9 done. 73 for 3. 107 required. 11 overs remaining. Required run rate of 9.73. Brathwaite on his toes, whipping it into the onside for a single. So busy afternoon here for the Limers. Don't have a lot of time to linger. Lashley to Estwick. Opens the face of the bat, runs it down to short third. Wild and wide return results in an overthrow. So what could have been a chance for a run out turns into 2 easy runs. Dot ball from Lashley, precious delivery. Eswick to short, fine leg. The single is always on. Good work by Carl Marshall. A special good afternoon to my good friend Carl Burtnell Ricardo Harrison. In a white shirt. In a white shirt. You know, white is a sign of surrender. Or peace, peace. Okay, so they say white signifies peace. Good afternoon, sir. Nice to have you. Another single. Sherwin Legay is here with us. He's come to look out for his partner, his number one partner, the other Sherwin. So I guess he stayed at home and heard that his partner, Sherwin Ellis, was in distress and made the way up to us here at Woodburn, where we're going to have a slight break because it is the halfway stage. 79 for 3. The Limers Commission is going to tell me where the challengers were positioned at this stage. And she tells me there were 87 without loss. So somewhat ahead, the challengers, but for sure, this match is on. 79 for 3 after 10 Limers. Oh, Lord. Bang! That goes for 6. Welcome back, is what Eswick seems to be telling Toppin. And the Limers set down for the chase. Eswick is going to settle for 1. Yeah. And to tell you that this match here at the Woodburn facility is very much on, with the Limers setting down for the chase of 180. They are now 87 for 3, with the 5th delivery of the 11th over yielding yet another single. So that takes it to 88 for 3, with 1 delivery left in over number 11. The Limers requiring a further 92 from 9, do I say a point 1? Or 9 overs and 1 ball. Troy Toppin is the bowler. Adrian Brathwaite, who has been there for a while, picks up another single, forcing a delivery into the offside. And that brings us to the end of the 11th. It is 89 for 3. Remember, the challengers won the toss and elected to bat, and they accumulated 179 in their 20 overs. A top score coming from Ian Bradshaw, who got 76 in fact, and himself and Mark Seeley adding 141, Seeley making 38. 3 wickets to Derwin Thompson, 3 for 22, and a 2 to Victor Patrick. That 179 for 7 it was? 179 for 7. Currently, we have the Limers on 89 for 3. And just to remind all those are listening for the first time that at stake here is a place in the grand final next Saturday right here at Woodburn. Veterans, the defending champions, already securing their place in the finals after taking the first qualifier yesterday afternoon. And now the Limers and the challengers, they are looking to take that second spot. Outside the off stump from William Lashley, chopped down to short third by Adrian Brathwaite. Brathwaite goes up to 40. He has with him Dave Estwick on 18. This partnership now worth some 25 runs, in fact, 25. So much dominated by Estwick. Brathwaite batting with the handicap of a strained hamstring, as we see Estwick advancing down the track and Lashley pulling the length back, and Estwick eventually just steering it away, square on the offside. Mark Seeley at backward point, still moving swiftly in the field, as this is the result. Outside the offside, chopped away out towards the sweeper cover, and they're going to come back for a second run on the throw of the man there at the cover sweeper, and they do successfully pick up another 2 runs. So we have the situation where the Limers have lost Michael Agard for 1, Victor Patrick for 5, both to catches by Ian Bradshaw in the outfield. Bradshaw comes into play, as his name is mentioned, as he's brought off the boundary at long on, with Estwick playing a delivery out through the onside for another run. Curtis Innes has retired, not out. He was 20 after a brief stand with Adrian Brathwaite, a victim of a hamstring pull. Delivery angled down the leg side. Brathwaite looking to sweep, struck on the pad. The ball ends up at short third. They go through for what was a run. So actually he did get some bat onto that delivery, Brathwaite, and brings the 12th over to a close, with the Limers now 94 for 3. That required run rate beginning to go in the wrong direction as far as they're concerned. Now almost 11 runs per over required. But with Adrian Brathwaite still there, I think they will continue to favor their chances. Estwick normally a very reliable player, and he has shown some intent. He's already struck a six, one of the 3 sixes to have been hit in the innings so far. One of those coming from Curtis Innes, the other from O.E. Brathwaite. A massive hit too. So we're going to see Ian Bradshaw in a different role, another avatar. He opened the batting earlier today and piloted the challengers to their challenging total. And now he's already bowled 1 over, bowling his left arm medium pace stuff from this northern or pavilion end. Cost him 9 runs, and now he's been reintroduced. Adrian Brathwaite, 41, put down off the very first delivery that he faced, and also given another chance, but he has kept the Limers alive, and a very dependable player over the course of this competition. Adrian O.E. Brathwaite faces up to Brady and gets a delivery which he is weight on the back foot and forcing it up through mid-off for a single. So rotating the strike and bringing Estwick back into the limelight, more or less. Estwick batting with a white broad-rimmed hat. Brathwaite without headgear, almost said batting headless, but without headgear, is outside the off stump. I've once heard a commentator said a batsman batting headless. As this one, 4 in the dark to Estwick, delivery angling away outside the off stump. Bradshaw left arm over the wicket, and Estwick reaching out, getting it off the inner edge, and past the keeper down to a very fine leg position. 4 runs, much welcomed by the Limers. They are now 99 for the loss of 3 wickets. Earlier today, we had a match between the Barbados Masters and the Welsh Dragons, I think that's the name. Masters team out of Wales, and the Barbados Masters prevailing. The Welsh Dragons, they were here with us for for the first half of the first innings. They have long gone, and the match being watched by a very appreciative crowd spread around the ground. And somebody says, well, the dog is part of the crowd. Yeah, the crowd is made up of people and a dog. A number of people and a dog. Yes, so here we see Brathwaite. Somebody tells me he's the mascot for the tournament. 100 comes up for the Limers. 100 for 300 coming off 81 deliveries. And after 4 deliveries of the 13th over, Bradshaw turns at the top of his mark. Fairly long run, Bradshaw, looking to build that rhythm as he's outside the off stump, and Brathwaite throwing everything at it. The ball coming off the outside edge and peeling away down to the fielder on the boundary at deep third. Only yields a single to bring the total to 101 for 3. Grand final next Saturday right here. As we look at the resources in the hutch for the Limers after this pair. As Bradshaw with number 53 on his back. Bowls to Estwick, nudges it into the onside and calls for a single. Good communication, deliberately taking the weight off, and the single easily taken. So once again, Estwick will have the strike at the start of the new over. 102 for 3. For 3 is the total after 13 overs. DJ Kurt, the man on the wheels of steel. Let's hear you. Vibrant atmosphere here at Woodburn. Part of that atmosphere created by DJ Kurt. I was telling you about the left to come for the Limers. They've got captain Keith Seal. Edward Ince is already padded up. As William Lashley is seeing Eswick come down the track, deceived with the width of delivery, but the ball flying away towards the deep third boundary. Troy Toppin goes in pursuit, but he'll only go to retrieve. It's 4 runs. A moral victory for Lashley, but no cigar. 4 runs off that delivery. 106 for 3. So we've got Edward Ince, Vibrant Green, Derwin Thompson could be fairly crucial here this evening. Winston Gittins among those left to come for the Limers. Marlon Blagrove, 2 overs, a wicket for 20 runs. He started with the new ball, quite pacey, former Empire First Division player. Well, and Barbados, of course. As this delivery, again, Eswick using his feet well, coming down the track and getting to the pitch, then opening the face of the bat, running it behind point for another single. Oi Brathwaite pulled up with a hamstring a long time ago, but he's never stopped running. I'm not so sure if that is a genuine injury. But he's still there on 43. Short outside the off stump, chopped on towards the sweeper cover. Another single. But, you know, the hamstring injury seems to be an occupational hazard in a competition such as this. We've seen players going down with these strains. Not only today, but throughout the competition. Eswick is looking for an on drive, gets it away square. The fielder from deep mid-wicket comes around Blagrove, sends his return into the keeper, powerful one. But Eswick is back for 2. And the chase continues at 110 for 3. And William Lashley in what will be his final over. 2 deliveries left in this, his 4th. Into Eswick again. Eswick looking to get down the track. So that has been a feature of his innings, looking to get down the wicket to the spin bowlers. He picks up another single. Full Nelson, 111 for 3. 69 runs required. Final delivery from William Lashley into Oye, and Oye is chopping it down to Toppin there at short third. Just crossed the batsman for a single at the end of over number 14. 112 for 3. The Limers 11. They require a further 68 runs. There are 6 overs left, and the required rate is 11.33. As I run through the bowling figures for the challengers, Marlon Blagrove, 1 for 20 from 2 overs. Carl Marshall, 1 for 25 from 3. Ian Bradshaw, 2 overs, 17 runs. Troy Toppin, 3 overs for 26. And William Lashley now completing his full allotment, 4 overs, no maiden, 24 runs, and a wicket. So it's going to be Bradshaw to continue from the northern end, the pavilion end. Of course, this qualifier 2 being streamed live on Anything Cricket Let's Talk, the Anything Flash Drive Media, and DK Media in support. Well, Media Plus. I wonder if I'm part of that plus. As the I'm told that yes, I am. Flash Drive Media. When you hear Flash Drive Media, you'll hear of Philip Hackett, my partner in, well, not profit. We've never gotten a profit. Neither crime, just my partner. As a single to Brathwaite. $113 for 3 it is. So the Limers still keeping themselves in the hunt. As long as there are wickets in the hunt, there's always that chance of some acceleration towards the end of the innings. Eswick looks to work it into the onside, off the inside edge, onto the thigh pad, dropping away into the onside, and just a single. I think Bradshaw would be happy to give a single, to give all singles from here. As I mentioned, the game watched by a very much attentive crowd. Things have gone a bit quiet. I think that's because the situation is a bit edgy, quite intriguing at this point in time. Game very much in the balance. No one team really to blow the game out up to this stage. As Bradshaw is in again, and this time Brathwaite is off the back foot, slaps it out towards deep cover. He's going to come back for a second run. Blackrose's return comes to the non-strikers and then relayed by Bradshaw up to the striker, with Brathwaite seemingly hobbling into the crease at that end, and the strike is a direct one from Bradshaw. But again, Brathwaite makes his ground, moves to 48. So some adjustment being made. Now we are going to see, well, not a lot, just the extra cover fielder being pushed to the edge of the circle as Bradshaw into bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is driving up to that very same fielder, Ainsley Jordan. The batsman taking advantage of the fielder being pushed a bit deeper and coming through for a single to bring Brathwaite to within 1 of a 50, and the Limers 117 for 3. Brilliant conditions here. Lovely Sunday afternoon here at Woodburn. Can't think of a better place to be. Picture postcard conditions. Here comes Bradshaw, and Eswick is opening the face, giving himself a bit of room, moving back towards the leg stump and steering it up to Seeley at point for a single. Very good opening stand between Bradshaw and Seeley for the challengers in the innings. The innings fell away somewhat towards the end, I guess, with the charge being on, lots of wickets in hand, and the batsmen prepared to take chances with their wickets, and the Limers, mainly through the efforts of Derwin Thompson, being able to drag them right back into the contest. Delivery outside the leg stump. Brathwaite would believe that he missed out there. Short delivery on the hip, and looking to exploit vast area, open area behind square. The ball coming off the thigh pad and running down to short fine leg. They just get a single, a leg by of the final delivery of the 15th over, and it's now down to 61 off 5. 61 runs off 5 overs at a rate of 12.20, and I dare say, as long as this pair remain at the wicket, the game is very much on. Kurt. No, no, Andy. No, Andy. No, Andy. No, Andy. No, Andy. Probably wasn't coming, so. Yeah, as busy streaming. I tell you what, man, here. Where are you? Where are you, Hazel? In Atlanta. You know, my Atlanta was calling for busy. Born getting on the stream. Yes. Uh-huh. I send it already. Send it again. Send it again. Send it again. No, let me get you all that. I can send it to you on WhatsApp, Hazel. There's actually Hazel Hudson. Yeah, man. Yeah, you will have it for now and for the final next week.
No, I would have to send it different.
Mark Robbie will. Mark Robbie, you take Mark Robbie in his 60s. Mark Robbie went into his 60s. I'll send it to you shortly.
Free infinite.
Yeah, we talk. So, Marlon Blagrove returns, this time from the south, the airport end, having bowled his 2 previous overs from the pavilion end. And he is bowling to Adrian Oye Brathwaite. Short, Oye slaps it away into the deep cover area, gets 1, turns for a second, to the applause for his 50. 35 balls, 4 fours and a 6. Oye Brathwaite, 51 not out. Blagrove goes for that big cut shot, just missing the outside edge. Through to the keeper, enthusiastic response from the bowler, no assistance from the keeper. Tells us that definitely was not a touch onto that one. Brathwaite is again off the back foot, pushing it into the cover area. Will settle for a single. It's coming down here at BNOC. BNEC. Kamisha keeps reminding me. So here we have getting the field in position, taking some time. Blackgrove continues. Passes umpire. Bellamy. And the single for the taking in the offside. Anything in front of the bat, not straight to the extra cover fielder, is a single for the taking. As Estwick moves up to 36, 38 is it? Estwick moves up to 38. He's crept there quietly, 38 of 28 deliveries, 2 fours and a 6. The partnership now worth 59. As Blackgrove is short, Brathwaite has perfected that shot, leaning back and cutting it away square. Will settle for 1, though. Mark Seeley, with a good strong arm, has his return into keeper Gibbons. Don't know if Kamisha going to work tomorrow. She's going to carry Fester House for the grand swearing in, the cabinet and other MPs. I myself hope to be there once I'm employed and being paid. And the feed they happening. Apparently them can't hear. So you know that that's the conversation speaker was on, and it didn't affect nothing. Yeah, so leave well enough alone. Yeah, but I do a coverall for the weekend. I do a coverall. Just to summarize scores and so who will it be? Will it be Limers? Will it be Challengers? Well, for the Limers, for it to be them, they would require another 53 runs with 4 overs remaining. So we have trying to work out. It looks like Toppin is going to continue. Toppin with 3 overs for 26 runs. Looks like he's going to bowl the 17th. We've also got Ian Bradshaw with an over. We've got Marlon Blackgrove with 1. And Carl Marshall also has 1 left. And we haven't seen Ainsley Jordan so far. Well, we've seen him, but not bowling the ball. There he is, comes right under the photo, the lens of the camera persons. Flash Drive Media and DK Media Plus, responsible for the streaming of today's match. At 127 for 3, Toppin is finally going to get the 17th over going. Right arm over the wicket. Well, he's not. Here we are, starting all over again. Topping to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is cracking this one past the infield. The ball doesn't have the legs to make it to the boundary at deep cover, so the batsman already settled for just the two. So the outfield has been very much a friend to the both fielding teams. Ball not really running across the ground here at Woodburn. 1-2-9 for 3. Gets it on the full. Gets it down to long on, does Brathwaite. Only for 1. Well, Bradshaw, Brathwaite, same thing. Different man. More activity, more marshalling of the troops, more of an effort to get the players in right positions. Well, only time will tell, but we have a dot ball, a precious dot ball worth its weight in platinum from Troy Tudor bowling to Dave Estwick with the Limers on 130 for 3. They require another 50 runs. There are 21 legal deliveries left. Toppin is in his 4th and final over, and the next delivery is seeing Estwick heaving it out to deep mid-wicket, out to Cow Corner, in fact, which is heavily populated. There's a deep mid-wicket. There's Captain Lashley himself at Cow Corner on the boundary. Ian Bradshaw at long on. So just the 1 run available. That is typically what you call bowling to your field. Toppin is now into bowl to Adrian Brathwaite. Brathwaite has gone aerial, and Lashley is coming around, looking at it and just watching it sail over the rope. So all of that traffic, that heavy population of that leg side area goes to naught. Well, it goes for 6 to Brathwaite, and the Limers continuing the press. 137 for 3. Adrian Brathwaite on 62. That's his second 6 along with 4 fours. He's faced 41 balls so far and brings the equation down to 43 required from 19 deliveries. So Toppin bowling his right arm, medium pace over the wicket. Into Brathwaite again. And he is going down the ground. It's in the air. Who is under it? Ian Bradshaw is under it, and he won't drop that. Takes it comfortably, and that could be the turning point in the game. Only time will tell. But Adrian Brathwaite gone for 62. Miscuing, lofted hit over the onside. I think the shot was on, but it was he just lost his shape slightly and unable to make it, to take the ball over the rope at long on. And Ian Bradshaw, who has had good hands all day, takes his 3rd catch, and the Limers at 137 for 4. I think they would consider themselves being struck a crucial blow as the applause goes up to welcome R.E. Brathwaite back to the pavilion by his teammates, supporters, and all the spectators here as the challengers breathe a sigh of relief. I still believe the challengers, though, slightly, well, more than slightly ahead now, but up to that stage would have had their heads in front because the asking rate continues to climb. It's now reached 14.3, and it's going to take some effort on the part of at least one batsman if they are going to get up to this 180 they have been set and will to feature in next Saturday's final. In the meantime, the new batter is Curtis Ennis, who has come back. He's another one of the players who suffered from this hamstring injury that has plagued a number of players in the tournament. Remember, this is cricket played at a different pace, Andy, but over 50s cricketers, and some of them even into their 60s. So you must understand the occupational hazard that is some of these injuries, particularly the hamstrings. But in the meantime, the first delivery from Carl Marshall is slotted high out towards deep extra cover, and the batsmen come back for a second run. A call from the Limers area that delivery was in fact a no ball, which suggests that there were more than the permitted number of players outside of the restrictive circle. As a Marshall starts his first, and now it's been discovered that yes, the deep third is now being brought into the circle. Something of a waste feel at Marshall's pace to have a man at deep third. So even then, that was a bit of a transgression of the part of the bowler and the captain. So now, the 2 runs plus the no ball and the free hit to the Limers. They can use all the help that they can get. They go to 140 for 4. And Carl Marshall with his final over. Eswick is down the wicket, goes aerial. The ball is going to fall well short of Ian Bradshaw at long on. So they come through just for the single. The way that Bradshaw has been catching, they wouldn't want anything going close to him in the air. So Ennis, who before he retired had showed lots of intent in his 20 of 14 deliveries, 2 4s and a 6. You see another aircraft making its way airborne from the Grantley Adams International Airport. Lots of activity on a Sunday afternoon, as is the custom. As we see, another batter is going to retire. I'm not sure the reason for it. I'm seeing Dave Eswick actually holding his right shoulder and seemingly in some distress, looking to be a quite painful return to the heading back to the pavilion, and sadly his effort, at least temporarily, has come to an end. He was 44 when he retired of 33 deliveries faced, and 2 4s and a 6 his main scoring shots, as he is applauded back to the pavilion by his teammates. The crowd now fully involved in the match. All eyes on the middle. We've got a crowd away on the western side of the ground, taking advantage of the cool shaded area of the fence there, the plant fence there. And makes for a nice picture. Slashed away by Ennis. Over extra cover down to the boundary for 4. And then he begins to show some signs of discomfort as he hobbles away towards square leg, getting some pain from that hamstring. There is a masseur in attendance at the ground, and I believe that that young lady has been very, very busy this afternoon in particular. I may actually get the opportunity to say a few words to her before we come to a close. So that's part of the feature of the competition, is an on-site therapist, and Monsieur Musset out towards mid-wicket. That is without doubt a 6. Curtis Ennis hamstring injury or not, he is not going to be taking this lion down and getting one into the slot, going into the slug, and getting it out of the middle, over the boundary at deep mid-wicket on the far side to bring up the 150 for the Limers. 151 for 4, 17.3 overs, 20 more runs required. There are 29 more runs required. There are 15 deliveries left. That 23 I read was 2.3, 2 overs and 3 balls. 151 for 4. Marshall into Innes. Innes is down the track and misses, and keeper Gibbons doesn't take cleanly. It's caused some pain, but I'm sure Innes is happy and grateful that he's been given a life and he'll have another chance. 14 deliveries left to make 29 runs. Marshall into Innes on the leg stump, swept away. Behind square, there's no one at home. Behind square, and that's gone into the boundary for 4 more. What a comeback. The Limers are not going to be taking this sitting down. They are making a grand effort of it. This over so far has caused some 18 runs with still another delivery to come. Now they require 25 from 13. Innes races up to 34. And the ball now having been retrieved. Number of players, spectators now out of their seats. It's coming down to exciting times. You use the word grandstand finish, Andy. But it is a cliffhanger at this point in time. I was talking about those injuries, those hamstring injuries and the like. And part of the competition here, Andy, as I mentioned to you, part of the service on offer. Let's get this delivery from Marshall, gone straight out of the ground. Massive hit. Innes goes hobbling away in pain. But I'm sure that any pain he may be suffering is made up for by the fact that that ball landed on the other side of the roadway. He goes to ground, but he's earned himself some time because that ball is going to take some finding. It's 161 for 4 at the end of the 18th. It's now down to 19 runs from the last 2 overs. What a situation as we see. And the ironic thing about it, Andy, is that the batsman from the Limers side going out to the assistance of Innes is Ori Brathwaite, who battled with a hamstring injury all through his innings. But I'm taking this opportunity to speak to a young lady who has been part and parcel of the competition. I think she's been listed as one of the sponsors of the competition. I'm going to let her introduce herself, Andy.
Hi, good evening to everyone. I am Donna Pothoff, the owner of Body Bliss Zone, which is a spa. And it gives me great pleasure to be here to assist the guys either for warm-up, during the matches, or after for recovery.
And all about these hamstring injuries, you must have been very busy this afternoon so far.
Yes, I had a few hamstring injuries coming in, so I tried to assist them in the best way I could. So the guys are not too bad when they come to Body Bliss Zone to assist.
So what would have prompted you, though, to want to be part of this competition? Did you see that need, given if it had anything to do with the age group involved?
Generally, yes, and still no. I find that massages assist any athlete, whether it be swimming, cricket, football, and their performance overall. It assists them. It help them. It helps helps them in preparation for their matches, and so that their bodies are fit and the performance level is higher.
So Ian Bradshaw starts the penultimate over, and a single taken by Derwin Thompson to get him off the mark. It's 162 for 4 as Innes, who has been the man of the moment, the man who has put his body on the line for his team. He is there not out on 40, 4 fours and 3 sixes, and each one, I can tell you, Andy, has been bigger than the one before. Here comes Bradshaw to bowl to him, and this time he's gone down the ground. Another chance for a catch. The fielder comes around top end and puts it on the ground. Did all of the hard work, got around to his left, got to it at a good, helpful height, waist high it was, managing to get his hands to it, the ball through his hands onto his thigh. Fortunately for him, the ball rebounded back into the field, and it did not go for a boundary. In fact, the batsman took 2, did they? It was just the one, in fact, just the single. As Thompson comes on strike and comes down the wicket and drives beautifully straight as an arrow for 4. We have had a number of explosive shots, but that one, I dare say, I will rate as the shot of the day. Derwin Thompson down the track, driving it as straight can be. The long off and long on fielders could only watch as the ball sped to the rope. It's 167 for 4, 13 more required. Bradshaw into bowl to Thompson. And Thompson getting into his wicket, looking to pull it into the onside. And the man with the hamstring injury gets into his crease before Derwin Thompson. I think all of a sudden, I think he only gets that pain when he hits a 6. I get the feeling that Innes only gets pain when he hits the 6. Let's see how he responds to the next delivery. So, Pat, you were telling me. Well, no, I'm calling the surname. The surname starts with Pat. So, anyhow, Donna, tell us your services that you offer. Don't tell us before this delivery, though, as there goes Innes once again. And just as I told you, Andy, he hops and hobbles once he hits a 6. That one gone all the way behind square for another massive maximum. And now the match has turned on its head. The equation is 6 runs required, and there are more balls than runs. 7 balls left. Yes, Lana, you were telling me that you did some work with Curtis before he went back out.
Yes, I did. He came in with a pretty bad hamstring injury, as you can still see, but it helped him to as you can see, get these runs going.
So you can say compliments to you and your expertise. Very well done. Ian Bradshaw. Full toss, hit out over extra cover. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and across the rope for 4. Curtis Innes, you beauty, you are the hero for the Limers. It's just 1 strike away. They require 2 runs from the final over. Innes goes up to 50. Actually, with those 2 runs, 50 of 22 deliveries. He struck some 5 fours and 4 sixes, and he has hauled the Limers onto the threshold of next Saturday's final with an innings that is going to be talked about in Amas Masters over 50s T20 cricket for a long time to come. 178 for 4. Derwin Thompson will actually have the strike at the start of the final over. Now over to be bowled by Marlon Blagrove. That penultimate over cost some 17 runs, and I can run through some quick bowling figures for you. Carl Marshall, 4 overs, 49 runs, 1 wicket. Bradshaw, 4 overs for 40. Toppin, 4 overs for 36 and a wicket. William Lashley, 4 for 24 and a wicket. And it's down to the final over to be bowled by Marlon Blagrove before this 3 overs for 28 runs, and he got one of the wickets. So, Blagrove with still the field fairly well spread. Don't know how they expect to defend the 2 runs with the fielders as in deep positions as they are, unless they expect Thompson to go the aerial route, looking to go big and out of the ground. Blagrove to Thompson. Thompson is top edge in a pull. Out to Carl Marshall. The catch is taken. At back with a square. Hit the road, Jack. The sounds of DJ Kurt. This has really turned into an exciting climax. The Limers are already beginning to celebrate, although they still require 2 runs. And who better to be going to the wicket at a stage like this? Their trusted captain, Keith Seal, as that delivery from Blagrove. And I've noticed that Blagrove have rushed most of the batsmen he's bowled to, bowling at a brisk medium pace, fastish medium pace, faster than normal at this on over 50s level. And again, Thompson, undone by the pace and the bounce of Marlon Blagrove, gets the top edge. And Carl Marshall taking a well-judged catch at square leg. Still 2 runs to get. Still 5 deliveries left. Still 5 wickets in the hut. And Keith Seal looking to calm the situation. He settles. And pushes this one square. Mark Seeley comes in from backward point. Has a shy at the wicket at the striker's end. And Innes, as I said, he only feels pain when he hits the 6. When it comes to a quick single for his partner, nothing whatsoever. He's down the wicket like a hare and into his ground. And now it has come down. The scores are tied 179 for 5. The Limers require just a single. Innes. Curtis Innes. Remember the name. Down the leg side. Alex Bellamy signals a wide. Innes holds his butt aloft. Turns towards his teammates in the pavilion. Or Brathwaite hamstring injury and all is the first onto the ground. And the Limers players will celebrate their entry into next Saturday's final. They will have the chance to dethrone the 2-time defending champions, veterans in this final. But this one has certainly been won for the ages here at the Woodburn ground. At the end, Curtis Innes left not out on 51. Remember, he retired, I went back to the pavilion, came back again on 20, and managed to see his side home of just 22 balls he faced. He batted for 50 minutes, 5 fours and 4 sixes. Of course, he had some assistance along the way. The platform set by Adrian Brathwaite, who made 62 on 42 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Dave Estwick retired not out on 44 from 33 balls, 2 fours and 1 6. But a beautifully measured chase by the Limers against a challenging total, a demanding total actually set up by the challengers, who were 179 for 7 in their innings, led by Ian Bradshaw's 77, and in partnership with Mark Seeley, they put on well over 140 for the first wicket. And they thought that that might have put one foot into the final, but Curtis Ennis, Adrian Brathwaite, and Dave Eswick et al. Had a completely different plan, a completely different idea. And at the end of it, the Limers, with 4 balls to spare, crossed the rope at 180 for 5. And we look forward to next Saturday's grand final as the challengers, who actually lost only to the Limers in the preliminary stages. They were also the only team to defeat the defending champions, veterans, who again took the honors in the first qualifier yesterday afternoon, 24 hours ago actually, right here. The Limers, as I said, just depending on the right. Yes, the Limers just edging home by the 1 wicket against the Legends in yesterday's eliminator. Another quite exciting finish. That one was, but this one almost coming from the death. The Limers pacing their challenge perfectly and professionally and getting home by 5 wickets. I don't know how much more I can say. I'm going to allow Donna to get back because I'm sure that there's a lot of work awaiting her on the inside of the pavilion. Thank you, Donna. And I'm sure, how have you enjoyed being part of this tournament for the first time?
I'm having fun. I think the energy and the vibe is amazing. Everybody's friendly, and I just love it. I'm looking forward to 2027 with you guys.
Donna Potoff,
Yes.
from Body Bliss Spa. I've got it right this time?
You do.
Well, yes, it took some time, but I'm a slowish kind of learner. But once I know it, I know it. Thank you very much. Congratulations, and keep up the good work.
Thank you as well.
Yeah, Andy. So that about does it for me from here. I'm sure there's lots of entertainment and excitement left here at Woodburn this evening. There's a game, then there is the after game, and then there's the game after the game. I probably won't be here for the game after the game, but I'll be here for the after game, and we'll see how things work out for next weekend. But I'm going to close off from here just to start from the beginning. Challengers winning the toss, electing to bat 179 for 7, setting the Limers 180 to win, and the Limers 180 for 5 in 19.2 overs to win by 5 wickets. That's the end of me here at Woodburn for this afternoon.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough tank. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. We talking about tough Give Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank.